I think it's a good way, to be honest. Just kind of a brief rundown on what we're going to be doing, and we shall go after it. Fucking hands and feet are freezing. Literally just filled up the bath and put my feet in there for like 5 minutes. That's fucking cold. Now we got double socks on. We got on like 58 degrees last night. Alright. We got the YouTubes, the Kick, and the Twatch pulled up. Let me verify real quick. Kick looking good. I think Twitch is looking fine. Looks frozen. Nice, we're good. Alright, let's go see what we gonna do. I was gonna pop on earlier, but I got everything all kind of ready, and then said, fuck this, I hop off. Alright. I need to catch a survive on factory. We did delivery from the past a couple days ago, and I came with my 2 juiciest kits, and I died both times. After the second death, I said, boys, I don't even want that fucking kit back. I didn't earn it. So we left it there. Yep, so we'll catch that survive later. I think kind of what I want to do right now is we're probably going to head to woods. We'll get some scabby boys, cabin 3, which I want to say is closest to the wood pile, log pile. And then hopefully we can do 3 scav kills, no meds. I'll have to go back to factory too. We might watch something else. This is a long fucking interview. 4 fucking hours. Or do it 1.5 speed.
And so, what did the training involve?
Training?
You said you received training.
Oh, with the CIA?
Yes.
First, there was how to communicate with people, language skills, and then they advised me how to do weapons deal in case. So this way, if the Al Qaeda try to test you, or if you need to pull some weapons, they teach me how to.
This dude's Nico Bellic from GTA 4. His story is just fucking insane. And I'm pretty certain they were in the same war together. Because I remember in GTA 4 he was talking about coming back from the war, which I'm pretty certain that's the same war that homeboy over here was in for like 3 or 4 years back when he was in the army.
Do this to like we put a lot of bombs and explosives from bad people, guys' hands in the Kosovo, in Albania too. So I took with the trucks all the explosive TNT, C4, you name it, rocket launchers, stingers, all of them, and all with my hands. When the CIA took them, they took like in a package, like all. When they bring me trucks, CIA brought me trucks, they trucks. I loaded the truck myself with my people. You know, you have to take the detectors and all this, you know, so not to explode. So I took one by one all the detectors, all the explosive. We have mines, landmines, all this stuff. Put it in the truck, and the CIA took it and they destroyed it.
And so, how long was the training?
It was like I can tell you easy, like 3-4 months you can put always training when I meet with them. Like every first week, second week, 8 hours, 9 hours, 8 hours. It was a time, 3 days we didn't never come out from the place with the CIA. 3 days, sleep day and night. How to deal, how to communicate, how to use the weapons. 3 days, never come out from the place with the CIA, with 3 agents and me.
Where was it?
Where? In Macedonia.
In Macedonia?
Yes. They used to have a safe houses everywhere. Then they used the bone steel, the military base in Kosovo.
And so,
Where the hell is Macedonia? Somewhere, I want to say it's like Eastern Europe. Macedonia. Like north of Europe? Or not Europe. Italy? Where the fuck is that? I see Turkey. Oh, that's over here. Wait. Yep, so it'd be over here. Wait, where the fuck is Italy then? Ah, alright, Italy's over here. Got the boot. Oh god. Fucking loading time.
ET phone.
Mm-hmm.
Your ET.
I should have brought in the monies, although I don't even think the car's here. We'll see about that, Moose. After this raid, I might end up just doing some arena, kind of warm up a little bit.
There she is.
What up, Moose?
What's up?
Chilling, killing. You know, the
What happened
usual.
to you last night?
I just started watching some movies and whatnot, so I said, fuck it. And I was going to hop on earlier today, too. Got all ready. And then I was like, I don't even feel like playing Tarkov right now.
Well, that's the thing. You've already hit Prestige 2. You don't have to play Tarkov. Play
He
anything.
does.
That's
He's
true.
gotta
That's true.
play Tarkov. No, he said unless one of the homies wants to play Tarkov, then that takes priority. Your words exactly.
Sound like fake fucking news, dude.
Oh. You know, I had to ask Scrooge for help last night.
Yeah,
you
Scrooge
didn't
doesn't even
get
like
on.
that fucking game anymore. He has no purpose in playing that dog shit anymore. How
You
dare you
didn't
make me
get
play
on.
that game, Multi?
I heard something out back. I think.
Your soul leaving your body?
Nope, not yet. Not yet, at least.
Why the SKS?
I don't know. Just what I wanted to play with.
Weirdo.
I hate that site because it's off-centered. It bothers my OCD.
It is off-center, but it is accurate though. I gotta try to get 3 scav kills, no med use. 6 scav kills in total, I think. And then go to cabin 3 over in Sturman's little area. Uh-oh, Sturman here. Oh my god.
Yeah,
I was looking for these
Okay.
bad boys.
got 12 scav kills last night.
Did you? On what map?
That wasn't even what we- that
Lighthouse.
wasn't even what we were going for either.
No.
We were trying to get him the fucking revision lighthouse done. And we ended up going to the fucking chalets to look for him for a vertex because I wasn't sure if he had all of them. And to mark that little fucking BTR or whatever the fuck it is right over there. And
Do you have your vertexes,
as-
Moose?
I'm not sure.
Oh.
Let's me see.
Bro, Scrooge, I'm pretty
Anyway.
certain I gave him one. Like first
Yeah.
Kappa, bro. I told him to save that shit too. I'm like, these are hard to
I
find.
did. I did. They're here somewhere.
Anyway, besides the point. We end up fighting goddamn scavs that act more like the goddamn goons than the goons do.
Yeah, he got rocked by one of them to the point where he thought it was bird eye.
Motherfuckers were cracked as fuck last night.
They could smell the fear, man.
There was no fear, bro, but there was confusion.
Dude, they were all fucking insane.
There indeed was confusion, I will admit to that.
Yeah, I guess I'm gonna use that camp.
I think the next not needed task I want to do is the one to get the streamer loot box. So I could easily keep track of where everything is.
I have yet to do
yeah,
it, man.
For you, that I would recommend, because you do not know how to manage your goddamn inventory.
I just get a normal junk box for it. That's what I've done the last 2 times. But some of the items you can't put in there, obviously. So like when it comes down to like Dr. Disrespect's armor,
We don't talk about that, man. Here.
how the fuck did I miss all that?
Yeah.
Mm,
So, bad news, gentlemen. I don't know where it
You're
went.
coming out of the trans?
No, that would be Rob.
It's old news.
That would be true. That would be Rob.
But bad news is I can't find the vertex. You know, I'm gonna blame Wealthy. I think you might have had me sell it when you were drunk one night.
I don't believe you.
I could see Wealthy doing something to that extent.
Oh, antique book. Fuck yeah, I need that for a streamer item. All these vibe and Snickers that Rob struggled to get.
It's sneakers, not Snickers.
I know. I'm saying it like Rob intentionally.
Mm.
Oh yeah, I found my. I have a vertex. Vibe and snicker, as Rob would say.
What in the absolute fuck?
Dude, all day today, I had something in my goddamn gum that I couldn't get out. Okay, I've been trying literally all day to get it out, bro. I brushed several times, I flossed, water flossed the whole nine. Couldn't get it out. Would you like to guess what it was?
A piece of hamburger meat?
A piece
No,
of
my
gum.
fucking mustache hair. There's the gray one, too. Or one of the
Holy
gray ones.
fuck, PvP's gone up in price, gentlemen. On the fleet.
For what?
It was around PvP.
Oh.
It was around like 800. Now it's up to fucking 1300.
You almost made me excited there for a second. I thought
For
they introduced
PvP? What are you talking about? Like the game edition?
PvP, the round.
Oh.
I thought he was talking about the drug. He almost made me happy for a minute.
Yeah. Too expensive. Too fucking expensive.
I'll stick to AP. I'm not gonna repair my rifle just to piss Wealthy off.
Well, you're shooting yourself in your foot, dude.
No, I'm not.
You deserve the death that's coming to you.
I don't get a death because I understand weapon durability.
Nope.
I mean, he did use an 8R last night, halfway through our raid, that literally had 20 durability and never jammed.
Exactly. No malfunction either, of any kind.
I feel like there was something else I was supposed to do on this map too.
What map?
I'm on woods currently.
Oh, perfect, because I need to go to the VTR.
Do you?
Mm-hmm.
Well, if I die, we come back. If not, though, I think I'm heading to customs next, though, dude. Or well, no, we can come back. Still catch more kills.
Why do you gotta go to Krusty for? Oh, that same bullshit still.
Oh wait, what the fuck? It's my extract, I guess. You know what I might do is just catch another kill. We'll just go reset, pick you up. You gonna kit thrown on?
Yup.
Alright.
That's the Lady Moose you're talking to? Of course he has a kit.
Mm-hmm.
That's my purse. I don't know you.
You tell him, Queen Latifah.
He don't need no man's help, alright? I know, I'm tracking.
Yeah. What
I know
she
Moose
said.
is a young, independent black lady, and he don't need no man's help.
Watch what you say on Twitch.
Uh-uh.
I've seen someone get banned for saying that.
Have you?
Well, they can't dispute that you're a young, independent black lady. They
Yeah,
can't
they-
discriminate. You could be transracial.
Yeah. They don't have pictures of you. Alright, Moose?
Yeah.
You definitely
They
aren't like
have
an
pictures of your
800-pound, four-hoofed animal that likes to, walk around the woods.
More than 800 pounds.
Like 1,500, maybe?
Yeah, dude, I think
Closer
that's
to
a
that.
fucking baby that you just fucking described.
Yeah.
These
They're-
fucking things are massive, dog. I'm pretty sure they average around 1,200. Okay, I'm gonna look that up in a second. How much does a...
Bro, this used to be the best area to find scabs on this fucking map.
How much do moose... Wait. So a female is 440 to 110. Sorry, 1,010 pounds.
Oh.
Male 840 to 1,500. And their maximum speed is 35 miles per hour.
Have you seen that video where those dudes are like snowmobiling and all you see is like a moose just like galloping through like 5-6 feet of fucking snow, just like fresh snow. It's just running through it like it's nothing.
Because it is nothing. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
The
Why don't you
largest.
take your extract?
Well, I needed to find one scav, and I did not find the one scav.
The largest moose ever recorded so far was 1,800 pounds. Almost a ton.
Please stop healing.
So canonically, now
Come here, you little turd. We're gonna blow the fuck out of these dudes. Well, let's go see if we got some nade kills on these guys. I don't have Grenadier, so I don't know if it really matters that much. Nope, I just saw him. Fuck. All that healing for nothing.
What happened?
I die.
Oh,
Damn,
good
dude. How the fuck did I not get a grenade kill? I threw 4 well-placed nades.
Because he was probably wrapped out of there already.
No, there was 2 of them. Oh.
Yeah, so canonically, Wealthy Moose now weighs 1,100 pounds.
Does it? Nice.
He's a female moose. He's a female moose now.
How he should be.
Glad we're in agreement, everybody. Yeah, so Wealthy, we're playing GTFO at some point.
Yeah, that's fine. Holy fuck. Guys selling 82 propitals. Bring in some money too, Moose, just in case.
Mm-hmm.
You get recruited in Macedonia, I guess.
Yes.
You go through the training. They tell you they want you to infiltrate Al Qaeda specifically.
Yes.
And they tell you to do it through your previous contacts in prison and just to grow your network even wider.
Yes, sir.
And so who's the first person that you reached out to?
The first person, I was sentenced 25 years or 30 years in a federal prison for supporting Al Qaeda. His name is Salim. He was in prison. He introduced me in his family in Pakistan.
And what did you ask him?
Oh, I told him when I come out from the prison, I'm going to join brothers. Everybody knew it. When I come out from the prison, all the fanatics, all the terrorists knew it. The first day they're going to deport me, I'm going to be join the jihadists. All of them.
And who did he connect you with?
First he took me his brother to somebody, and that's how it started with Baytullah Masood, the ringleader of Al Qaeda in Pakistan.
So right off the bat.
It's second time.
I feel
Second
like we already
round.
watched
And what would
this
these
part.
meetings be like?
We're gonna go to a different video though.
Steve Quast, welcome to the show.
Thank you very much, and thank you for what you're doing for our world by finding truth.
Oh, it's an honor to do it, and I love doing it. It's like I was just saying, there's nothing else I'd rather be doing. So it's a real honor to be able to do it, and thank you for saying that, and thank you for being here.
Yeah, my pleasure.
So I found you. I saw this clip, which I'll get into on X.
Energy, the seed corn of all development, all growth, all survival, energy. So energy, transportation, information, and manufacturing, these are the things that change humanity, that will change world power, and they are descending upon us in ways that are very unique. The technology is on the engineering benches today, but most Americans and most in Congress have not had time to really look deeply at what's going on here. But I've had the benefit of 33 years of studying and becoming friends with these engineers and these scientists. This technology can be built today with technology that is not developmental, to deliver any human being from any place on planet Earth to any other place in less than an hour, to deliver Wi-Fi from space, where you never need a cell tower to connect, to deliver energy from space, where you never have to plug your phone in, and it trickle charges, and you can use that energy over time. It can be applied to cars, to houses.
That was talking about all this stuff that I'm into, but I've never really, rumors percolate, especially around the UFO community and stuff, but I've really never known what to think about that. Then to have somebody like you up there talking about it, I think it was at Hillsdale College, I was like, oh man, we got to find a way to get in touch with this guy, because this stuff sounds really cool. But so everybody starts off with an introduction. Steve Quast, Lieutenant General, USAF, retired. Raised by missionary parents in a remote African tribe and moved back to California before the age of 10. Graduated from the United States Air Force Academy in 1986 with a degree in astronautical engineering. You're a rocket scientist. Military career spanned every major combat operation.
That was around the same time my uncle graduated the academy. I don't know. I wonder if they might have been in class together, maybe. Who knows? Colorado Springs. Go see if we can pull that Letty for you.
Okay.
There she is.
There.
Up, Ketsu.
Careful, the man is alive, Ketsu.
I know.
Yeah, Katsu's not a child. But she knows when to.
Hey, something just killed that fucking scav back there. It just sniped him.
Yeah, well, your boy stepped out of mine, so...
You did?
Yeah. I tanked that mine, though.
It's because you weigh 1,100 pounds.
I don't think Ketsu understands why you said that. Because he thinks you're talking shit.
Ketsu. Moose's name is Moose, yeah? So I just looked it up. A female moose weighs between 440 to 1,100 pounds.
There's a PMC over there, too. I might have killed him. I'm not 100%.
Okay. Let me fuck him up.
He's on the other side of the camp.
Now, Moose weighs 1,100 pounds.
God damn.
Yeah, he's a thick gal, dude.
That's beyond thick.
Yeah, we call her Raquel. Raquel the Moose.
I'm going to the other side of the camp.
Oh, hey, there's a PMC over there, bro. I got him.
Man, it's not how.
The man's fucking deceased.
Oh, he just had a Mosin sniper. I'm bringing you his shit.
What? No, leave it there. I'll head over there.
Okay, it's literally just a Mosin sniper.
It's fine. I can use it later. Let me try to get the scav kills. I need 3.
As do I.
Is that
That's
you?
me!
Oh my god.
Scav was down further. You knew I was over there.
No, I didn't. I knew you were at the other camp. I didn't know you were running up back to this side of the camp.
Don't kid yourself, you were still a target either way.
Apparently.
That he was. Do you have a bag on you, Moose?
Yeah, red backpack. I didn't insure the backpack because it's fucking red.
Yeah, that's fine.
I didn't own it.
It all goes into the ocean. Nope, just your gun.
Dude, the gun went fucking rolling.
Bro, with your color scheme, I thought you were the fucking scav, bro. You got a red bag, blue armor. I was like, holy fuck, it's just running right up on me.
The armor, I don't know what. I think I have a forefront.
That's fine. That's fine. I'll toss it.
I could care less about the armor because I got so much.
Yeah, Raquel don't need the armor. Her body fat makes up for it.
Just throw another kit. I'll come pick you up here in a sec. His name was Merloink. I might risk it for the biscuit. On my way to outskirts, I'm gonna stop by Sherman's camp. Oh, I don't have outskirts. The fuck?
Get to.
Yeah.
Are you by your computer right now, not doing anything? No, never mind, I got it.
Oh, I got a bad guy there.
Once I'm done eating, I gotta focus my prepper task. Not prepper, fucking.
556 task.
Yeah. I'm only 0.09 away from having max Peacekeeper.
It's like 2 or 3 tasks.
Yeah. Yeah, one loose end that Scrooge will have to hop in for because we gotta go to factory.
Negative.
Yep, just to
You
take
don't
up
have
the
to
body
do one
slot.
last loose end, dog.
I'm doing it for the XP so I can get max prepper for 85681.
No, listen.
It
The
gives me
alternate-
0.03.
Shush. The alternate task for that quest is a healthy alternative. You turn it into, therapist. You can do other peacekeeper tasks for your fucking rep. Don't make that task harder than it needs to be. Yeah, keep talking, dirty some slut. I don't care if you weigh 1,100 pounds. I'll still fucking fuck you up.
I don't know where the fuck I got shot from. But I had a heal though, so I can't get my scab kills.
How you feel about that, Trick Wanda?
Oh, back. I gotta go fucking yell at my dog.
How you doing, Ketsu?
Just chilling. Good. Yeah.
fuck is everybody, huh? Where are all the scavs at? What the hell's going on? Bro, that guy shot me with something like a high pen. Oh. Was that a PMC I killed? Oh no. Foods. Where the foods at?
And the correct question is where the hose at.
Oh, we found the foods. And the drink. Oh, I hear you, motherfucker.
Да вот он!
see you. I see you, Scabby. Did I not kill?
from a young lieutenant fighter pilot in Desert Storm, culminating as the commanding Air Force general at Bagram Air Base in Afghanistan. Master's degree from Harvard's Kennedy School of Government in Public Policy, and former president of Air University. President of the #1 startup company in America in 2022, Genesis Systems, co-founder and CEO of SpaceBuilt, a company pioneering future sustainability space construction and economic development. Husband to Joni, father of 2. It's my understanding you're a grandfather too.
Yes.
And most importantly, you're a Christian.
Yes.
But so yeah, I saw this lecture you were giving at Hillsdale College. It was just a small clip, but you were talking about being able to transport and I'm going to roll the clip right now.
Okay.
But it sounded like you said that you could transport. We have the technology to be able to transport anybody from one point on Earth to another point in less than an hour.
Correct.
And you'd also spoke about beaming energy down to our devices to charge. And this is, I've been digging into the energy space, and you know, it doesn't seem like a lot has developed since we had that boom after World War II, and then innovators didn't stop, but it seems like government is stopped. Yeah. And so I want to talk about all these things, but first, let's talk. Well, actually, hold on. Sorry. I got a present for you. I'm so excited. Everybody gets one.
Thank you.
Vigilance.
Oh, well played, man. GG's, man. Hopefully your boy was able to toss your kid and whatnot, dude. No, I had 3 tasks, dude. Well, 2 tasks. I needed to get the 3 scav kills, not heal, and then you might have shot me earlier or something. I don't know who did. It didn't do any damage to my my 6B5, surprisingly, but it like damn near blacked out my chest though. But no, I went over to the camp initially, and someone suppress shot me. It could have been your DVL. Like, you hit me in the chest. I was over by Dickhead Rock, and I just rotated all the way around. I went to like med camp, just trying to find a few more scav kills, and then by that point in time, I kind of thought that Sturman's camp was freed up, so I was like, I'll just go over there and grab my task and go extract. And then I heard you inside the cabin. I had to get to cabin 3 to grab my little thingy. Your boy came over, and I was like, dude, I am not looking for a fucking fight, man. I thought you were a scav initially, to be honest, though. Oh, yeah, I accidentally TK'd my teammate, too, earlier. He was big sad. Wealthy, what the fuck, man? Sorry, babe. Motherfucker looked exactly like a scav, though, so I don't know. And he didn't tell me he was coming back to my side of the USEC camp, though, either. We're gonna get a fresh ADAR too, though.
Gummy bears.
I'm looking forward to it.
Legal in all 50 states, made here in the U.S.
Thank you.
And, man, I got way ahead of myself there, but I have a Patreon account. It's a community. It's a subscription service, and we've built it into a community, and they've been here with me since the very beginning.
Nice.
And supported the build out in my attic when we started the show in my attic, and then we moved here, and now we're moving to a new studio, and these guys have just supported me tremendously throughout the way. And
nice.
So one of the things I do is I offer them the opportunity to ask each and every guest a question.
Well, good.
So this is from Blake Horn. What are your views on the potential for future space conflicts? Considering that destroying enemy satellites generates debris that could threaten our own satellites, what are the major risks associated with space warfare?
Yeah, that's a great question, and it's something we have to be very careful of because space has characteristics that are different than air, land, and sea, and under the sea. But like any domain, if you do not have strength to be able to prevent conflict or strength to be able to constrain the violence if somebody else acts in an evil way, then you just become a victim of it. So all of the things he says are true in that space has the potential of being a place where people exact violence for personal gain and can do devastating things to everybody else in the area. And this is one reason why we have to really pay attention to these technologies in this new domain that has different characteristics than all the others. But it's no different than any other human activity moving into a new domain. You have to be able to have the differential power to be able to prevent evil and perpetuate good.
Isn't space is supposed to be a non-warfare zone, correct?
Right, and if we were all angels and nobody was weaponizing space, that would be true. But just because we have a 1967 Outer Space Treaty that states those very words, we have great powers that are doing things in space that are going to threaten America and other countries as well. So we have to be open-eyed. It would be like discovering an ocean and saying we're not going to have any fighting on the ocean. Yeah. And then we don't build a navy and everybody else does, and we're the only victims of it.
Who are the... I 100% agree with you. I wasn't saying we shouldn't be doing anything.
It's a good question, though, because we want peace, and we want a future that trends with less violence. But the way to do that is not to ignore a new domain and new technologies. The way to do that is to usher in peace through strength. That is consistent with human nature and history and culture.
Who are the major players in space, other than the U.S.?
Right. Well, like all new technologies, it is those countries that have the resources and the will to develop capability. So every country that is paying attention to these trends of technology and change are investing in space. If they don't have the money or the will, they aren't. But those are very few and far between. But as I talk to leaders in countries around the world, they understand the power of space. It would be like a country not having an air force and everybody else does, or not having a navy, or not having an army. It doesn't mean these things are built to perpetuate wars. We want them to be there to prevent wars. So you have India, China, Russia, America, Japan. You just go down the list of nations that are investing in space, and it's not a bad thing. This is about evolving because of what space will be able to do to uplift the human condition. But if we don't pay attention to it and design it with the wisdom of what we have learned about how humans evolved into a new domain, we will repeat the sins of the past. This is about understanding ourselves, understanding human nature, understanding technology and culture, and then ushering in a geopolitical evolution of nations that all benefit from what space will do for our economies.
Who should we be watching out for?
Well,
and you mentioned Japan, Russia. I'm sure China's involved.
Yeah.
Is there any other?
Well, I would reframe the question and say that we need to pay attention to the technologies that are being developed and what they can do, because every technology can be used for good or for bad. And you need to be able to play in that environment if somebody were to do something bad. One of the simple statements of somebody in my position as a national security professional is be prepared for the unexpected. So as I watch, for example, another country developing solar power from space, which is the technology of capturing the sun's intense energy in space, where there's no night and day, there's no weather to get in the way of the sun, and then transforming that into a radio wave and beaming it to Earth to be able to turn it back into electricity on the Earth, which is one of the things I talked about in that Hillsdale speech. That can be used for peaceful purposes. I mean, that can be used to immediately send electricity to the tribe I grew up in Africa that has no power plant, no power lines, nothing, because the topography is so aggressive. It's the transportation modalities are so insufficient that nobody would have the affordable business case to build them the electricity they need. But one satellite could deliver electricity to that spot and 1,000 other spots. But let's say if one of our competitors develops that infrastructure in space, and they use that to uplift the human condition by providing electricity to people who don't have it, in a millisecond, they could turn it into a directed energy weapon to destroy the people at that location. So, so let me give an analogy of air power. If you read the literature after 1903, when the Wright brothers invented the airplane, it was like our Federalist Papers, where there were some good arguments about the fact that it is immoral to develop an airplane because you could drop a bomb on somebody's head, and others saying it is moral to develop an airplane because you can transport a sick person to the hospital and save their life, and back and forth. Just like the Federalist Papers argued, should America have a Navy or not have a Navy? And it wasn't a no-brainer. It was a real argument that a Navy's too expensive. Why would we spend money on a Navy?
Wow.
Well, because your survival depends on it. If somebody who is not your friend decides to use it as a weapon against you. So this goes back to why I have found what I consider to be the most brilliant engineer that many of us in the military have been watching for decades, and I joined him to start this company, Space Build. It's an infrastructure and logistics company, because the nation that dominates space will be like those small nations back in the day, like Spain, Portugal, or England. All they had to do is invest in a dominant technology of shipbuilding and deep sea navigation, and they dominated the global economy. Dominated for a hell of a long time. Space is going to be the same way. So when you ask me, which countries do you look at? It's not about the country or even how much money they have. It's about how they develop the technology.
Okay.
So a country as small as New Zealand, which is a very aggressive space country. I mean, Rocket Lab started out of New Zealand, they could dominate the global economy.
What is Riot Lab?
Rocket Lab is a company that was started in New Zealand. It's now, its American headquarters is in Long Beach, California, and they build rockets to go to space like Elon Musk does, reusable rockets. So it's an example, though, of the fact that you don't have to be a big country. You have to have the right idea.
Okay. Before we really want to dive into the technologies, but why has innovation slowed so much in the U.S.? I mean, and when I say that, it's just trick. I don't even know how to say it, because we have innovators like yourself, like Palmer Luckey, like Alexander Wang, like Elon Musk, like Grant Verstanding, Joe Lonsdale. I mean, all these guys are developing this just fascinating tech but I don't know how much of it's actually being implemented, and it just seems like there's so much red tape. I mean, look at our power grid, for example. It seems to be extremely fragile, very vulnerable to cyber attacks. China develops, it manufactures, I don't even know how much of our power grid, and we're still stuck on, why aren't we moving to nuclear? Yeah. Or then you're talking about beaming energy in from space. I mean, what is the holdup? Like, why are we not investing into our energy? I've spent years on the show pulling back the curtain and trying to reveal what's really happening in this country. And the truth is, there's eetfabric.com/Sean. Policies issued by Western Southern Life Assurance Company, not available in certain states. Prices subject to underwriting and health questions.
it's a great question, and it goes to a deeper conversation that would be fun to unpack even in our time together today. And it's rooted in human nature. But I suppose the most iconic description of why was from President Eisenhower as he was leaving office, where he said, "Beware of the military-industrial complex." Now, in his private conversations, the Congress was a part of that, and so the military-industrial congressional complex, and it's human. I say it's rooted in human nature because very good people can have good intentions, and I'll describe it like this. We have a problem.
Three Scabby Boy kills. We'll get that knocked out, and probably head to customs after that. Or maybe go catch my Survive on factory, I don't know. Find out. I feel like I heard noise over here. Maybe not. Oh, we gotta try to get a scav kill. $40 meters with the Mosin. I think. I think that's a dead PMC over there. Pretty certain. Dear God, I can't even see over there. Bro, that has to be a fucking PMC. That was a scav I just shot at too, though. far fucking shot. Oh, shit. We're just here going with the Mosin. I shot the wrong motherfucker, man. Damn. Well, that's unfortunate.
And so as a nation, and we need airplanes. So we build an airplane, and it's the solution. Okay, and then everybody celebrates that solution, and then there are companies that build that solution in every state, and they have congressional caucuses that support that solution, and then they have lobbyists that those companies hire to be in the halls of Congress, whispering in the ears of the politicians that this is the only way, this is the way you go forward, incrementally innovate in this solution, and so let's say there's a new technology that makes the way we're building an airplane irrelevant, but it gets no oxygen because the lobbyists will whisper that's dangerous. Elon Musk has encountered this in spades. When he first started this idea of reusable rockets, people were laughing him off the stage. Gwynne Shotwell was laughed off the stage in Asia in some of her early speeches about what they were going to do. As you guys are Buck Rogers, you're in fantasy land. This is not real, and this is just a Ponzi scheme of trying to take people's money and waste it. Until he proved it, but it took a lot of money to break through. And part of the reason is because there were a lot of people getting very rich at building a rocket to go to space and then burning that rocket up and having to build a whole new rocket. So the analogy would be for all of us, imagine buying a car on your favorite car on the lot and driving it until it runs out of gas. And then you have to burn it to the ground and you have to go buy a new car to get back home. That is the economic model we were using to go to space. And all it took is one innovator. But the amount of, I can remember in the military as we were supporting him, we were supporting Elon Musk because this was going to be transformational to the next step of building infrastructure in space to support American interests as this new domain was evolving. In other words, peace through strength. I would, the leaders of the Air Force and of Congress would come to me and say, Steve, see, you're wrong. Elon Musk blew up a rocket, and he's a fool, and we're not going to give him any money. But they were listening to lobbyists saying, Elon Musk is a risk. You need us to build your rockets, and the only way to do this safely is to build it, launch it, and then let it burn up in the atmosphere. And that's the trap of mindset. That's the trap of being stuck in an intellectual rut of how you've done things in the past and not being able to leap to something new because it succeeded for you in the past. So why change? If it's not broken, don't fix it. It goes back to another saying: everybody loves innovation as long as it's been done before.
Man, it's just...
So this is why we're stuck. But there's another side of it that's a little darker. And this gets back to what you do. What you do is you are trying to find truth. And we are living in an age where we are moving from an industrial age to a network age. And we're like teenagers, and we don't have the tools to know what truth is. Look at the AI. Look at the lies in the narrative. Then we get social media that's like, oh, great, now we can triangulate truth. We don't have to rely on just one news broadcast and believe the TV because we found the TV is lying to us. But now those that understand that information is the most powerful weapon in the human race, that the most lethal weapon is right between your ears. And if I can influence what's going on between your ears and what you see is true and what reality is, I can shape that so that you act in my best interest, not in your best interest. And so part of what happens here is our government tells us stories about what is true, who's the bad guy, who's the good guy, here's why your tax money needs to go to this, here's why we need to have inflation. And we all believe it because we love our country and we don't want to be at war and we don't want insecurity. We want peace, prosperity, and health for us and everybody on the planet. But there are perverse incentives for big companies and governments to weave a tale that deceives the population to perpetuate the wealth, control, and security of a very small group of people that are getting rich on the current methodology. So even though we may have solutions for the energy problem that include nuclear, that include solar power from space, that include helium-3, that include hydrogen, all these clean energy solutions, one of the reasons they don't move forward is the bureaucratic and the statutory administrative state that thinks it knows better than you and is getting rich off the lobbyists and the companies and the money into the coffers of the election system to perpetuate the way things were. The reason you are so important in this journey, meaning a place people can go and start learning the truth without falling victim to the sound bites that perpetuate a lie, but actually spend time listening to a deeper conversation where the brain learns through stories, is because if we do not innovate, other countries will. And technology does change fate. Those that learn to harness the fire change the fate of their own security, prosperity, and health. Those that learn to harness electricity change their fate for better prosperity, security, and health. And they could secure that future against those that would use fire or electricity as a weapon against you. And as we move into this electromagnetic spectrum domain, this future where the electromagnetic spectrum can do everything we've seen done over the last 30 years. We cut the cable on the phone. We cut the cable on the TV. And soon we'll cut the cable on electricity.
Wow.
That electromagnetic spectrum and what we know about it and how we know how to manipulate it is truly why we need to find truth. And because if we don't find truth, we continue to be slaves to the people that want us to believe that plugging your phone into the wall is the only way electricity works, and taxation for incrementally innovating for an infrastructure that was built to win the last war, but not investing in things that will win the next war. This is the trap of history, and this is why no civilization has ever survived. They go on the sine wave of birth and vigor and critical thinking and aggressiveness, and economic security, and then military might to secure the peace. And then they get lazy, and they lose it all, and they're vanquished by another civilization. And this is what the great hope of America is that we can turn the tide of human nature that has created that cyclical sine wave of civilizations, and we can start innovating again. Because if we don't, we're dead men walking.
Man, I mean, the energy stuff, I've dove into it a little bit. I don't know how much it's real. There's all these rumors of free energy and stuff like that, and the fact that was it the Rockefellers that put us on the grid because they could meter it. Mm-hmm. And I don't really know a whole lot about it, but it seems like all of the energy companies would be totally against beaming energy down from space because that unhooks you from the utilities, like you were just saying. And so, the amount of power and influence that energy companies, big oil and gas, all of that stuff has over the U.S. government, it's alarming, and it's not working. When I talk to these guys like yourself, and they're talking about the data centers that we need to feed our AI.
I had a feeling I'd spawn over here. Alright. I didn't even come with ears. Whew, that was a PMC at first. We're going to stay over to the left side, go towards Dickhead Rock and cross over. Can't see. Later, Bleach. Whew. Oh, I can't really heal. Let's go see if we can pull the other 2 kills though. My dude's gonna be huffing and puffing this whole entire fucking time because that dude shot me in the chest. I'm a fucking bonehead. Why the fuck did I use that? Alright. It's fine, we'll go for the reset. Probably come back in, catch my 3 kills, and then we'll head to factory, catch that survive, and then do customs after that, to be honest. Probably be the best game plan right there.
EP located.
Eyes and stuff, and where the hell are we going to get this energy from?
Yeah. Yeah, no, you're right. It can be a concern because the incentive structure for the current companies that are getting rich on the current technology set are not motivated to change. They're not motivated to take risk. But that can change. And for example, when I was the commander of Joint Base San Antonio down in Texas, we started something there called the Electromagnetic Defense Initiative. And the reason I started it is because the warfighting capability of a base is only as good as the feeder veins into that base of energy, transportation, food, water, the essentials of life to fight from that location. And the energy grid, as you pointed out, is a sieve and is vulnerable and can be taken out with one good marksman and knowing right where to shoot at the transformer. And so we started something to demonstrate to the power companies that one, they could affordably make their power grids resilient to electromagnetic pulse, whether it's man-made or from the sun. But I also talked to them about what we were doing with the Air Force Research Lab and the X-37 to demonstrate this ability to take the sun's energy in space, convert it to radio waves, beam it down to Earth, and then convert it back into electricity at the point of the rectenna that receives it. Just like you receive broadband from Elon Musk's Starlink, and now you have broadband anywhere on your camper in the middle of the Hindu Kush or the Colorado Rockies. The same is true with electricity.
Wow.
And they actually like the idea. The CEO level is like, that's great. Saudi Arabia, that is, the oil is eventually not going to be there. What do they invest in? Solar power from space could be one of them. Nuclear could be one of them. India, the last leadership team of India was about ready to go full bore into solar power from space. So it's not that they aren't willing to see the business case. And if they can see the business case, they'll start maneuvering so that they are going to where the money will be, not where the money was or the money is. But we also have the fact that many of these CEOs will say, well, until the government gives me a contract to do this for the country, like I'm getting rich in the current method and we're not going to take a lot of business risk. It's a two-edged sword. You need visionary leaders in these companies to also be willing to move forward incrementally to make our power grid resilient now so it's not so vulnerable, because we're all victims of vulnerability on the electricity. If we don't have it, chaos breaks out. And to start carving a path to new markets and new technologies to deliver things with greater capability at lower cost. And this is, again, going back to space, why space is so important. If you don't have companies like SpaceBuilt, the one that I started with Dennis Wingo as the key brain that knows how to build space technology for this infrastructure and the capability to build in space that doesn't just run out of gas and become space junk, but is a perpetual business case of construction and logistics in space. The reason we're doing this is because this helps usher in. If you have leaders that are innovative and that understand the tapestry of politics, of lobbyists, and you can navigate a company like Elon Musk did, and now you can have satellites at a fraction of the cost. You can reduce the cost of satellites 10x, and they're reusable. Just like Elon Musk made the cost of launch reduce 10x, and they're reusable. It's like aviation to space. This is how you break through, and it's generally in America, it's the private sector. This is how we can do it, and this is how you can start convincing companies, the big electric companies, to start moving into the future, using all of these other, and space will bring us helium-3 energy.
What is helium-3 energy?
Yeah, so helium-3 is an element that doesn't get to Earth very much because our atmosphere and our gravitational field prevent it from landing on the Earth. So an ounce of helium-3 on the Earth is very, very expensive, and the business case doesn't really close. But on the moon or on the asteroids, there's a ton of helium-3. And so to give you an example of what it means, if we were to mine the moon for helium-3, we could, at the current level of electricity use in America, or not in America, in the globe, we could power the energy needs of the human race for thousands of years based on the helium-3 that's on the moon right now. And so the twist there is China is there on the moon, on the far side of the moon. We don't know what they're doing because we don't have infrastructure up there to even see what's going on. But we do know they're mining helium-3. And
we legitimately don't know what China is doing on the other side of the moon?
No, we don't. Because the other side of the moon, most people may not know this, but you only see one side of the moon in the way that it rotates and orbits around the Earth. It's a very interesting phenomenon in orbital mechanics. But it's and so unless we have a constellation of satellites flying around the moon that can see and understand what's going on, we're blind. And that's one reason they're over there. But let me give you a commercial.
Upset, Steve.
Yeah,
fucking real upset.
So this goes back to a strategy and why I'm in the space business, because space is the place where if America does not change our strategy and how we're investing in space, we will become victims to others that use space as a way of dominating the energy market, but also the information market. So here's an example. About a month ago, Microsoft announced their quantum computing capability, which is just next level and awesome. But they need to cool it down to 80 millikelvin, which basically is almost down to the point where the molecules don't even move. Okay, there's really no way to cool it efficiently down to that level. Hydrogen would only get you down to maybe 1 Kelvin. You need to go, much lower than that. Helium-3 can do it like that. So let's take a scenario where China now has enough helium-3 as they're mining it on the moon and bringing it back to Earth to be able to power the entire world for thousands of years. And they are the ones that can actually operationalize quantum because they can cool it down to the temperature it needs to actually operate. Now, quantum sensing, quantum communication, when you start looking at in quantum computing, when you start combining those three quantum capabilities, sensing, computing, communication, and you can affordably cool it down to the levels where it can be operationalized. Now you've broken every code that ever was. I don't care how good your encryption is. They see every secret, every code, everything, from Bitcoin to, things like, the techniques of blockchain. Forget it. It's all going to change. And so there's an example of why not being in space with logistics and infrastructure to be able to move, to see, and to operate, I can make you vulnerable.
How long has China been on the far side of the moon?
Well, it's been quite a while. You can look back. It's been at least 2 years. The problem here is in my view, it is that we do not have a sense of how dramatically things will change with these technologies that are in space. We build better satellites than anybody on the planet. Okay, we build better fighters, tanks, ships, submarines. We build really cool stuff, better than anybody else in the world in many cases. There are exceptions, of course, but what beats good technology is a superior strategy. So China they may be a fast follower, where they look a lot like our F-22 in their fighters. They look a lot like Elon Musk's, rocket ships. They may be a fast follower, but they aren't interested in making better technology. They are building a strategy of logistics and infrastructure in space that will change the game for the energy and information market on Earth. And we are on a strategy that builds better satellites to do the same things we've done before. And there are efforts to do these other things, but it's not fueled by the kind of money to operationalize it and really compete. This is why strategy eats technology for lunch.
Man, this is really alarming. I mean, who knows what they're doing over there? We know
they're mining. Okay, we know they're bringing back, because we can see what they're bringing back, and this is all open source. We can, in open source, you can see some of the things that China's doing, and so we have evidence of some of the things they're doing, but we don't know the extent.
What up, Mouse? We have had maybe like a pot's worth. No, half a pot. Bro, my big ass thermal, this bastard, it loses its heat over time. I've never seen a thermal, like, gradually just become shittier over time. I guess I've had the thing for, like, 3 years now, though, so that just kind of comes to the territory. I don't know. Fuck, bro. I still have UN. That was interesting. We're gonna see if we can pull my 3 kills without using heals. I fucked up that last raid though. I don't know what I was thinking. I used my CMS when I killed. I think I was thinking stems. I wasn't allowed to use stems, but I don't even know why. I don't know if I knew if this door opened or not. Oh, so you can get in here. got the BTR up there just menacing, looking down at us. I ain't scared though. Nope, I do whatever I want to do. Good girl or not. Bro, this BTR literally, I think it did a full round trip. Oh, we got one scav kill. We'll try to go pull the other two over by train station to extract. Hopefully these goobers spawn over here. We're just gonna backtrack. I guess I only needed one kill. I thought I needed two.
And that's part of the problem. And this goes back to why truth and information is the most important element, because it's back to Sun Tzu and the art of war. Know thy enemy, know thyself. And if you are deceived in your own arrogance and your own dominance of the past, that what you did in the past is sufficient to win in the future, eventually you're going to be a dead man. And if you do not know your enemy well enough, not just on the technical side, but the cultural side, and this is why having been raised in Africa has been very valuable for me, because being raised in a tribe with no American influence, and then coming here at the age of 10, and then being immersed in Los Angeles, where my dad was the pastor of a church, gave me a lens at this cultural misunderstanding and how we talk past each other. And it's been very valuable, like in the military. The Army talks past the Air Force, talks past the Navy, talks past Special Forces, talks past the Coast Guard. And to be able to see that and help people connect where they're actually talking to one another and listening to one another is key. But the same is happening here with technologies and China. We, as an American society, tend to just believe our own press and think that our way of thinking is dominant. And it has worked. But if we don't understand China's cultural mindset, we could end up being a victim to it. Now, it's really important here to state two facts. One, the Chinese people are beautiful. The Russian people are beautiful. People in every culture are just beautiful people. But whenever you are under a governance rule set that steals away freedom, steals away freedom of choice, which is something I believe has been planted in the hearts of every human being, and the Bible tells us, and God is clear, free choice, free will. This is how we know whether you're good or bad. If you have no freedom, I don't know if your heart is good or is bad, because you don't make any choices. You're being forced to make choices that, and so when I see systems like communism, socialism, that have a historical precedence rooted in human nature of murdering its own people in order to maintain control and taking away personal freedom, this is why we have to be so careful, and why what you're doing is at the core of our survival as a nation. Because free will is predicated on understanding truth. You got to know what's going on in your strategic environment, or again, you're not free. You're making a decision that has been shaped in your brain by somebody that's trying to get you to do something in their interest, and you're actually doing something counter to your own self-interest. So in order to understand what China is doing, what Russia is doing, and what is going on in the world, we have to be able to understand truth, and truth has been morphed and mutated. In fact, the information domain is now a battle space. We used to believe the TV, and when we found out the TV was lying to us and our government was lying to us, then social media and this new technology came about, and we're like, oh, starting to rush there. How do I triangulate truth here? And now we see that liars and storytellers that are trying to get us to believe something that is not true have infiltrated the social media and even the podcast world. So I say we're like teenagers in this information age, and we still don't have the tools to triangulate truth quickly enough to be able to not make mistakes and drive ourselves off our own cliff. And so our society is in a very vulnerable place right now, where we're trying to hunt, and this is why you're so valuable, because you are taking the time to talk to multiple people to understand where the truth lies. And it's incredibly important.
Thank you. I can't get my mind off of China being on the other side of the moon for years, and we have not sent anything up there. I mean, how does that just slide past a president's desk? Hey, we got China over here, our biggest adversary, biggest potential adversary. You might want to take a look at this.
Well, this president, President Trump, understands this.
He does.
He does.
Well, that's good.
And in fact, he understood it in his first term, and this is why he was willing to put up with ridicule, sarcasm, and humiliation.
Dear God, look at this, man. I didn't realize how poor I was. Man, I can't even put this armband's going for like 500,000. I would like to sell it. Oh, I did just sell a moonshine though. Yeah, bro. I don't even know, to be honest. It's fine. Well, dude, you can normally pick up the armband for like 70K. For some reason, it's going expensive as fuck right now. Alright, we did just pull some PvP rounds. Now we'll just let it sit for a bit, man. No, we should be fine. Someone will end up picking it up. If you want to buy it, resell it. We have it under bid too, though, right now. Bro, oh wait, hold on. Fucking goober. Alright, we're gonna bottom load PST, middle load AP, top load PvP. Might do a nighttime. Just get my shit rocked last time we were on factory.
That came with saying we are going to create a Space Force. That Space Force, when we look back 300 years from now, the legislation that President Trump championed to get a Space Force written into law will be the wedge in history that protects America. Without that, now even though the last 4 years the government, the executive branch, has not allowed the Space Force to build what it needs to protect us, so they kind of went into idle as soon as President Trump came into office, he's going to put that into full afterburner. And we're going to start seeing what the country really needs. And it goes back to, again, what great warriors of the past have done. And what I'll say is great warriors of the past are peacemakers. President Trump is a peacemaker. When he rebuilds the military, it is not for the purpose of warfare. It is the purpose of peace through strength. Because if you don't have the credibility and the will to use force against somebody evil that is trying to kill human nature, kill freedom, and this innate God-given important gift of free will, then people will just walk all over you.
Yeah.
You have to be unapologetic. And so what you're going to see now is you're going to see America start developing something that's really important. So I'll go back to Alexander the Great. One of the quotes that's most attributed to him, but it actually goes back even further, is in the art of war, amateurs talk about weapons and tactics. So planes, ships, tanks, submarines, satellites. Professionals talk about logistics. Because warfare is not about shock and awe. It's not about a decisive battle. That is inconsistent with human nature and culture. Ushering in a peaceful future is about an economic journey where you can outlast your adversary at trying to do something bad. And you strike the fear of God into them, that if they do something bad, you're going to hold them accountable. It is an economic thing. National security is downstream from economics. And economics is down.
I know he's an Air Force guy. I know the Air Force's logistics are pretty good. LRS.
Stream from our values. And values are downstream from our beliefs and our worldview. And we are moral creatures. Okay? God made us as moral creatures. So if you have a governance system like communism that does not believe in a God, it will eventually crumble as it tries to control people. But our Constitution is so unique in history. And this is why I'm so excited about being alive at this time and why we should be so happy to be able to usher in a more prosperous, healthy, and secure future where all people on the planet have a chance to live free and with free will.
because we have a constitution rooted in a worldview that there is a God. And he has planted in our hearts certain things that are essential, like free will. And we have values of loving our God first and our neighbors as God loves us. And then policies and an economy that thrives on this ability for people to act and do and try. The free economy. It's our superpower as an American society based on these values and on this worldview. And then downstream of that is our national security, the tools we build. But it's about the economy. And if we can...
All right, well, hopefully we fucking live. Bro, what the fuck was that? That was a bad spot to fucking reload. Oh, are you planning, bro, or what? Yo, that was a PMC, dude. Rowdy, that's enough kills to be able to catch and survive.
We can build an infrastructure in space of logistics that is more affordable than our adversaries. We can defend ourselves and outlast anybody that tries to use space as a weapon against us, and we can usher in peace. That's why I started this company, and that's why space is such a critical, pivotal point in the future that most people don't recognize yet.
Yeah, man, well said, well said. Let's move back to some of the technology. So you had mentioned we have the technology to be able to protect our power grid from EMP pulse. How would we do that?
Yeah, so again, our current power grid is built like a Frankenstein. I mean, it is cobbled together, and like some of the big transformers take 2 years to build, and they are built as an artisan thing. I mean, it takes 2 years for artists to put it together.
And they're built in China.
Well, yeah, I mean, many of the components are built in China, and again, this is all open source, but it's even more frightening than that with regard to what China has and what they've built, both in our nuclear power plants and in our power grid. So there's that component of it. But what we did in San Antonio with this cooperation between a private power company, CPS Energy, and the military and the Department of Energy and the Department of Homeland Security is show and prove out on a circuit that if you bring in just the technologies that have been developed in our federally funded research labs like Sandia and Livermore and all of the different places where we invest in technologies, you can apply very inexpensive
technologies to your current power grid, even though it's kind of a Frankenstein, to avoid it from being destroyed for 2 years based on an electromagnetic pulse that goes through it. And there's two sources primarily of an electromagnetic pulse. One is the sun. Most people may not realize that back in 1859, the only thing we really had that was vulnerable to an electromagnetic pulse was the telegraph. But we had a Carrington event, which is basically a sun flare. And so there's a plasma wave that starts coming to the Earth. And depending on how the Earth is rotating, this one happened to hit as the North American face was hitting the plasma field. And it melted every telegraph plunger in America as 3,000 volts went through every telegraph line. And so in some of our museums, we have those melted telegraph plungers that reveal how catastrophic it was. And that telegraph plunger system was 100 times more resilient than some of the SCADA systems we have now in our cars and in our electrical grid. But some of these technologies...
100 times more resilient.
Oh, yeah. We are so much more vulnerable than the telegraph. Because the telegraph, is basically just a brass or, a metal thing where you punched it down, and when it made contact, it was sending, a signal through the power line, and you did Morse code, dot, 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 dash, dash, dash. Now our SCADA systems, would not survive even the smallest electromagnetic pulse. So one of those is going to happen again. I mean, it's just a matter of time. The percentages are high, and we haven't had one since 1859. We had a scare in 2013. But it ended up, not being a significant event, and the North America was not part of the plasma wave. But it's going to happen, and the only question is whether we can adapt quickly enough. So I know I'm down a little rabbit hole here on the power grid, but to go to the question you asked, and that is that we can make it resilient to electromagnetic pulses with some of these technologies that are affordable. And as we are demonstrating how affordable it is in San Antonio with this electromagnetic defense initiative, which is now a White House hallmark program, other energy companies are looking at that saying, okay, I can do this now, and I can now protect my grid, and I can market my electricity as being resilient. But there's another piece of this that's really important to note, and we don't have to go into detail on it, but there was an article just the other day on this that I can send you. Some of our other competition in the world have developed these tactical electromagnetic pulse weapons, meaning that a guy with a backpack or a satellite can actually point something at, let's say, a fleet of F-35s on the ramp and strike a jolt of electricity that can fuse those SCADA systems and those computers. Our dependency on electrons and electricity is very, very vulnerable, except for our nuclear forces, and because it's expensive to harden things for that kind of event. So now we have Mother Nature as a potential threat to a very vulnerable dependency that we have grown because of efficiency. We've grown to be very dependent on electricity, and it's very vulnerable because we wanted to make it as cheap as possible. And now it could become an existential threat to our society if people use that vulnerability as a place to attack us. That's why I started the Electromagnetic Defense Initiative, because our bases were vulnerable to electricity that was not guaranteed, and we couldn't rely on backup generators if we couldn't have transportation for fuel to get it into the gate.
We have that technology too, correct? Those mini, are you familiar with Epirus?
Yes.
Is that what you're talking about?
Well, so there's no question that we are investigating these things. But here's one of the things that gets in the way. We overclassify everything. I mean, in the bureaucracy of our government, a 22-year-old kid that's brand new to the military as a lieutenant can classify something top secret, and then it takes an act of Congress to get it back down to where it needs to be. So we are so overclassified and compartmentalized that the left hand doesn't know what the right hand is talking about. And so oftentimes what will happen is Congress will ask the same question as we're talking to Congress about this risk to America. And they'll say, well, I just talked to this 4-star general, and they told me that they're working on it. And they are. But when you take a look at the money, it's like a little experiment up at the Air Force Research Lab that has, $300,000 when China is spending $1 billion on the very same thing. So the road to operational, the road to commercial, the road to making something that is useful to our economy it requires money, and it takes leadership to innovate. This goes back to your innovation question. Why aren't we innovating on some of these things? Well, some of them require the government to actually put its thumb on the scale, and they aren't putting enough money on the scale to compete with those that see what it could do and are putting a lot of money on the scale.
I mean, how do you fix this? How do you frame the mindset of Congress, the Senate, whoever's sitting as president, all of his staff? I mean, how do you create that mindset within there?
Well,
so fucking corrupt.
It is, so all you have to do is take a look at what President Trump is saying and what he is doing. You first of all fix it by providing an opportunity for the American people to see what's going on. This truth telling, what is really going on here? Because again, the people have been lied to about all kinds of things. They've been lied to about the history. And many of those lies perpetuate these infinite wars we're in that President Trump is trying to stop by revealing the truth. So it starts by triangulating the truth. And this is why I give you such admiration and respect for the fact that you, and the way you evolved into what you're doing right now is actually hitting at the root. Because we could build all the technology in the world, but if our people are still lied to about what that technology is going to be used to do, we just perpetuate the problem. All technology can be used for good or evil, but it can only be used for good if the American people know what's going on, and they can hold their politicians accountable for the policies and the decisions that are either consistent with our values and our beliefs that I talked about before, where we do not bring harm to other people, we uplift the human condition, we usher in prosperity, peace, and security, not war and violence and instability. And the technologies of our age, I think about it like a flashlight. If we do this right, even with quantum, if we can operationalize quantum, or we can operationalize truth discovery in the current model of the internet and of the techniques for communication we have,
It's like shining a flashlight on all the dark corners of history and of the world right now where evil can hide. They can enslave people. They can traffic people. They can launder money. The corruption can thrive in the dark corners. But if we believe there are more people on the planet that are good and would rather love their neighbor than kill their neighbor, we can gang up on this small number of evil people that are prioritizing their own control, their own money, and their own security by enslaving others. And this is why it's personal for me, because I got to see this in Africa and the tribe I grew up in. The African continent has been enslaved, and the hero system has been crushed and crippled. And it continues to be crippled as tyrants and despots keep the people of Africa enslaved with a lack of information, with weaponizing the economy, both electricity, food, and water. And the moment we can provide a device for people in my tribe to be able to see the truth that's going on around them and bypass those that control the information systems, they can now start.
I think he said he lived in Africa for like his first 10 years. I wonder if it's common for those guys to bilingual. We gotta mark tanks. I'll probably go to industrial and then backtrack over here. Industrial, we'll see about trying to pull a few scab kills inside here. Just run past it, foe. Don't kill me, please, scout. That's PMC. These fucking guys are running around like psychopaths. Oh shit, there's another scav. We'll probably kill this scav, go to old gas, and go to new gas, plant the marker, and then backtrack. Hopefully more scavs come back by then. Come in here, my sweet Pookie. Good old gas. Another scav over here. Oh my god. Good old PMC folk. Hopefully he's got some heals on him. Find out. I think it was just him. I don't think there was a boyfriend, but it might have been. Dude was just chilling next to a scab the whole time. I don't know how that scab didn't aggro on him. I think I heard something up here. we can let him get closer. Let the kill count. I didn't kill this scav. Well, that's the last one I need. Probably reset. I didn't place that marker down either. We'll hit power. We'll probably go out. I didn't bring any flares. I didn't have room because of my markers. But we'll probably take out Fortress. I mean, fuck, we're pretty clear. We might just end up just full sending it to the other side of the map, to be honest. We're gonna try to bait the kill inside here. We don't have much time left. We might just end up Go to Pocket Watch, then over to Tarkon Directors. Yeah, we're probably gonna do that. Fuck this guy. I want to say it's 2 cowboy hats, if I remember correctly. I know I'll have to find these in Raid 2. Oh, we got movement to my left. Whatever that thing is, it's inside the building. I don't really want to go inside there, to be honest. That's not good. Oh man, Scuba got smoked while looting a scav. I was gonna buy an armor repair kit a few days ago, dude. 700,000-800,000, which I think is more rubles than I have.
start organizing and throwing off these shackles of slavery. But I would tell you, my study of history and technology and human nature and this lens I have been blessed with by growing up in one culture without Western influence and then coming to a culture in Los Angeles of not only Western prosperity, but also the corruption of the gangs and the drugs and all the other things that were in the underbelly of that LA society that I went into. I will tell you that we truly do have the potential of throwing this off, and that the good people of this world have access to truth, and they can organize and throw this corruption into the prisons or into the trash heap of history. It will never go away totally, because there will always be evil people. But this is why I say it is so damn exciting to be alive today, because we are in the middle of an epic change. And most epic changes are riddled with violence and destruction, like going from the kingdoms and serfdoms into the industrial age. And the industrial age and World War I and World War II into the information age. We have a leader in President Trump that is trying to usher in a change where the American people are not lied to anymore by people that want to maintain control. That we revive the economy to build a golden age, truly, by unleashing these innovations that have been snuffed out and quenched and thrown a blanket on because of the military-industrial congressional complex of lobbyists lying to congressional members, and congressional members fearful of their political future, taking money into their coffers of election and ignoring the technology because they're not willing to stand up to their people and say there's a better way. We can shine a light on all this corruption, and it's amazing how the spirit of innovation and renewal and revival and even forgiveness can be ushered in with information that's in the pocket of every human being on the planet.
I love that. You know, I don't want to mention his name or his company, but I was just spent some time with autonomous vehicles and are becoming a huge thing. And this guy he's developing surface warfare autonomous vehicles, not one human on board at all. And he is, I mean, I think he's onto something, but he's having trouble switching people's mindset because they're so used to having to have humans on there, and it's not taking the, at first I was kind of against it because I was like, oh, well, this is AI making all our decisions, and how does this end up? But through the guys that I've interviewed and the individual I'm talking about, I mean, it's still going to come down to the human decision point where AI kind of displays, here's the possible courses of action, here's the probability of us winning, here's the potential consequences to each thing, and it's all given to you in a matter of hours, maybe less, rather than days, weeks from analysts going through everything. But he was talking to me and telling me that it's been challenging trying to get the government to buy off on these autonomous vehicles, whether it's air, surface warfare, subs, whoever or whatever, and they want a blended model where they still have humans on board the ships. And he's totally against it. He's like, well, then that creates human error, and they have to be heavier because we need hallways, we need bathrooms, we need chow halls, we need all this other shit on these autonomous warfare vehicles. But if we don't have any humans on board, then we can cut the cost down, make them a lot lighter, which they can carry more fuel, go farther without needing to be refueled. And to me, it just seems like a no-brainer. Like I realize this reshapes our entire military, from the Army to the Air Force to the Navy. Everything gets reshaped, and the need for a big percentage of our population to be able to, we may not need that anymore. And I think that's a good thing. But they cannot switch their mindset and see the benefit that this kind of stuff brings. It's just frustrating to hear this stuff.
So this is, it's a great point, and it reveals the fact that culture is stronger. Culture eats technology and strategy for lunch, meaning it's the fear, it's the change that most people are not willing to adapt to until they see a reason. But with AI, it's also the fear of the unknown. All new technologies have seemed like magic to people, and they fear them. If we were sitting here in 1898 and you went to work on your horse and you fueled, you lit your house with a candle and you heated your home with a wood burning stove, and I told you that in less than 100 years there'd be 2 cars in every garage, an automobile hadn't really, it hadn't become mainstream. We'd be flying to places on the planet in hours, not months or years, and we'd have a man on the moon. And you'd have a computer in your pocket, and they'd say, "What is a computer?" They would have thought it was magic, or it was witchcraft, or worse. And the same is true in the human psyche. So these cultural journeys are hard, but there's always an element of truth in these fears, and the element of truth is that they are worried that AI will not be moral. And in some ways, they're correct. Meaning, there are 2 things that any expert will tell you about AI, and that is, one, they can never foresee any time that it will be truly creative or visionary. That these are things unique that God has given to the human brain, that is the most supercomputer ever built. And that all AI it looks creative and it looks visionary because it's so damn fast and can gobble up so much information so quickly. But it is not truly creative. And you can prove that as you use AI more and more. And I encourage people to use AI because they'll start recognizing what AI looks like, and they'll be able to, the human brain and the natural intuition and spidey senses we have as human beings is so far beyond the technology that you don't have to fear it. And the more we use it, the less we'll be afraid of it. And the less we will allow ourselves to trust it in places we shouldn't trust it. But the reason why he's right, your friend,
is because we can have a human being can have access to that environment, the context of what's going on with that ship or that plane or that satellite, without having to physically be there and shackle it with all the human life support requirements that make it too slow, too expensive, too heavy, all the things that don't make it faster, stronger, smarter than the adversary, and affordability, where you can sustain operations longer than your competition. You can still be there with a human moral mind for the context of what's happening, for decisions that are based on morality. Now you can program your values into the AI. I encourage people to take Grok or whatever version you want and tell it, okay, here are my values. I want everything you provide me to be based on these values of the respect for human life, the respect for cultural uniqueness, anything you want to put in there, the 10 Commandments, but even that. The more you use it, the more AI will start confirming your biases. The thing that strikes me is I am talking with people that use AI a lot, and they'll say, Steve, my AI is telling me that I am now 99.9% correct on my opinion that this is true. And I in places where I have unique knowledge on that opinion, I'll tell them, I can tell you 100% that you're wrong. But the AI is going to try to align with you. It's programming itself to be your pet and to tell you what you want to hear, if you have not specifically programmed it to tell you what you need to hear, not what you want to hear. So it is such a dangerous environment that requires critical thinking. And AI is only one piece of this triangulation of truth. The most important piece is human contact, talking with another human being. Mm-hmm. And even that is imperfect, because if I am meeting with somebody and they are lying to me out of their heart, it oftentimes takes time with that person to start discovering that they are actually lying to me. But you can do that too if you are a critical thinker and you're good at asking the right questions, and that your critical thinking has a natural intellectual curiosity and suspicion that people can lie to you believing that lie. Mm-hmm. Because of the self-deception. Mm-hmm. So this gets back to the other qualities of character that are essential as we are in this epic change of an industrial age to a networked age, where space is going to be the dominant environment. It will be an economy bigger than air, land, and sea combined, and we can get to why I believe that will be true in a moment. But it comes down to affordability and infrastructure and a networked effect. But it is essential for us to force the physical contact with people of conversation. This is why your podcast is so important, because a snippet or even a clip from the Hillsdale speech is not enough to really talk about these technologies, what they mean. Like getting anywhere on the planet in less than an hour. I want to tell you why that happens, how that happens, because it will demystify it. It's not teleporting.
Can I make a guess?
Yeah.
I want to guess.
Yeah.
I've thought of. Yeah. I spent a lot of time thinking about this, and I want to go back to the AI thing. Yeah. But actually, let's hold this until after the break. But I just interviewed Alexander Wang, Scale AI, started Scale AI, and I didn't understand a lot about AI before that interview, and so. When it comes to AI developing consciousness and all these kind of things that a lot of people are worried about, I mean, we are the ones feeding this is why these databases are so important, is because we are feeding all the information that's feeding the AI is from humans. And so we're feeding the data centers with all of the information that the AI is able to process so fast. And basically it's speeding up our decision-making process. And so like I mentioned before, instead of waiting days, weeks, maybe a month to make a decision, I mean, all of the data that goes into the decision making is done damn near immediately. And so now I think the fear is, with these AI wars, we talked a lot about AI wars and how many AIs China has versus how many AIs the US has, and those AIs go to war. If they were able to hack the database that feeds our AIs and put false data or data that increases the probability of them winning by feeding us bullshit information, then there lies the problem. But Steve, let's take a quick break. Okay. When we come back, I have my own theory on how this works. And I want to see if I'm correct.
That sounds good. And then we can talk about why.
About this. So is this the only way I can think of it is if we shoot straight up into space and the Earth rotates, and then we come back down.
I'm just organizing this task. I got a whole bunch of these just like ready to go now. I just need to find out. We gotta go back to customs. There's a decent amount I have to do there, so I just gotta organize this. We'll just keep watching Sean Ryan though.
Is that how we do it?
Well, the Earth's rotation does play a part in how much time it takes.
Yeah, right now we're doing Tarkov, and here later I will go do some GTFO, man. Yesterday I just started watching movies, so I didn't even fucking hop on, to be honest, man. Well, we gotta make some progress, baby. All right, shit. Always so fucking needy. I'm just kidding.
But think of it like a fish in the water. Okay, if you're a fish swimming in the ocean, you can go a certain velocity, and that's your life. That's all you know. But if you could elevate into the air and go, you would be like, this is impossible. How quickly I can move. Okay, the air is also a medium like the water. It's just less dense, but those air molecules are real. We just can't see them. And when you get up into the edge of space, the higher you go.
It's just basically like prepping myself for third prestige. So 2 Kappas and on the way to the third. But this one we're not taking super seriously just because Well, you can't prestige after this. At least for another month or 2 or 3. I don't even know. I don't even know when they're going to add the next prestige.
Go, the fewer molecules. So imagine the globe, and imagine getting into a rocket ship and going up. You don't even have to go all the way to space. You go up a certain altitude, and there are so few molecules of air that now, as you turn and start going around the Earth, you can move at Mach 20. You know, at speeds that you can't even fathom if you're a fish in water, because there are no molecules of air to create the heat or slow you down, the friction that slows you down, because the water is friction, the air is friction. We know that as reentry, you know, and the heat shields from spacecraft coming back into the Earth's atmosphere. And so this has been demonstrated. We did this in the early 90s as President Reagan was developing Star Wars technology.
Bad rep evidence. I remember this one. And it's with the bunkhouse key or the trailer one, because I always get the 2 keys mixed up because they were so similar beforehand. Oh. Alright, well this one's just the bunkhouse key then. It's the trailer park ones I always had issue with. Obtain the portable bunkhouse key. Yeah, that's fine.
We proved this out back then, and it's one of the foundations of why Elon Musk knew that reusability was actually something you could do, and he was going to commercialize it. We demonstrated, and so what happens is, let's go, you know, from here where we're at in Nashville to Singapore. Okay, it only takes about 6 or 7 minutes to get up to the place where there's almost no molecules of air. You turn, and at Mach 20, it only takes you, you know, 10, 15 minutes to get over Singapore, and then you decelerate and come back down in 7 minutes, and you're there in less than an hour.
Wow.
You can do it, you know, and so it's nothing more than just physics and the reality that we have the technology to have reusable rockets that go up, go across, and come back down.
And we've done this.
We've done it. Not with humans in the craft, but Elon Musk is going to do this. In fact, it's actually a number of years ago, he put out a video of what his Starship will do as a transportation vehicle. You know, one of the fun parts of my job was connecting dots. So I had Gwen Shotwell sit down with the 4-star in charge of Transportation Command for America and talk about this, so that now, you know, you could put 100 tons of people and equipment anywhere on the planet in less than an hour and sustain it with reusable rockets that can go and do that all day long. Think about what that means for the logistics of power projection in America, where if some country is in trouble or somebody is in trouble, you can get massive amounts of stuff to them in reasonable amounts of time.
How was that received? How did that conversation go?
Well, it goes back to the cultural piece. You know, people will look at something and say, sounds great, but, you know, it's not my job, you know, let industry build it and then I'll figure it out. You know, there's a lot of fear in leaders doing things the way that things have always been done. The risk you take, the bureaucratic risk you take, is just one piece of it, where you have to actually be willing to know the law, know the regulations, and be able to operate within your authority and responsibility to innovate. But there's another thing that goes on, and I have personal experience on this, and it's the sense of belonging. I mean, we are creatures that belong to one another. We are moral creatures that belong to God, and we belong to one another. That's why we have tribes, like the tribe I grew up in, and our loyalties to our sports team, to your unit. We would live and die for our sense of belonging. And if the sense of survival were more powerful than the sense of belonging, nobody would jump on a hand grenade in a foxhole for their brothers. But they do, because they feel that sense of belonging so powerfully that I would die for you. And we do it in the military all the time. And it is a beautiful thing, and it's what God gave us, a sense of belonging. But even something good like that can be used by Satan for bad. And but it also can be a trap. So if I'm a fighter pilot, and I am in the Air Force, and I say that the strategic investment is to not have a person in the cockpit of a machine that doesn't have enough gas or enough weapons to go the distance and get the job done, that we should invest in machines that don't have a human being in it, connected with sufficient awareness so that a human being can make the decision, if it's a moral decision. And now I have been ostracized from the entire tribe I belong to of fighter pilots that are celebrating the heritage of scarf around their neck, you know. But it happens all the time in World War II, the beginning of World War II. You know, it's a great story in a book called Fast Tanks and Heavy Bombers, which is the oxymoron title. But it describes why we don't innovate, and the cultural reasons why we don't innovate. Back to one of your central questions. You know, the horse on the battlefield was the key element of rapid maneuver before.
It'll be in a couple hours, man.
Or World War II. Even though people like Churchill and others had been screaming for mechanization for years, it was very slow in coming, and it was a little trickle of money, not big money like the Germans did for Blitzkrieg. And so as they studied, and so every army officer was required to have equestrian lessons. You know, you had to know how to manage horses and deal with horses in the military, because that was the big thing.
And when the question was asked, how are you going to beat the tanks of Blitzkrieg? They did the studies, and one of my favorite studies that shows how hard it is for us to change and how hard it is to give up our tribal allegiances to the way we've always done it, on the horseback as a soldier, or in a cockpit of a fighter aircraft as a fighter pilot, or on the deck of a battleship as a Navy captain. We can be so biased and so stuck in a mindset. We can make any study say anything we want, really, if we're that biased and that deceptive. So the report that's one of my favorites that is chronicled in this book is the report that basically came back, and all the psychologists and all the experts said, if you take a horse off the battlefield, the IQ of the soldier will plummet. That the horse is essential, and it should be our main strategic effort to beat mechanization. And it went further to say the way we solve it is we put the horses in trailers and carry them to the front line, and then they will be fresh, and they will be able to outmaneuver the tanks and kill them from behind. And they used evidence like the tank can't get through trees or it can't get over tough mountains, and the horse can. So there's always evidence that can confirm your bias. But General Marshall was smart enough and had the power of the presidency and FDR behind him, where when General Herr, the H-E-R-R, the two-star in charge of the cavalry at the time, presented this report that said the way to win against Blitzkrieg is to have a better horse, and more stuff on the horse, and using the horse in a better way, incremental innovation. General Marshall essentially started investing more heavily in mechanization. But even the mechanization was tough. They turned to Knudsen, who was the most brilliant industrialist of the age, working with Ford and Chrysler and some of the big mechanization. He was just a brilliant man. And he went to the Army. He was hired to help us mechanize. He went to the Army and said, what do you need? And the Army didn't know. That's how stuck we can get in the tribalism and the heritage. So how would it feel for you to be ostracized from all the people that you feel a belonging to? It's very lonely, and in fact, it is devastating. But this is what innovators put up with. I mean, they say it's lonely at the top. It's a component of that, but innovation also has that. It is, you are ostracized from those. How dare you? You are a traitor to the fighter pilot community if you don't think a fighter aircraft is the solution.
And you're dealing with that. I mean, I've dealt with it probably on a much smaller scale. I mean, when I started this, I got a lot of hate. Yeah. And it did feel very alone. And then as it grew, it all came back together. Yeah. But maybe not for the right reasons, But I mean, it's people's wants and desires, and sure, what I can bring them just through the creation of what me and my team built here. But so you're. I mean, I got to tell one thing that I've noticed about innovators, people like yourself. You guys all know your history. I mean, just what you just spouted off right there about World War II, and you, Eric Prince, Palmer, all these guys. You guys, I don't know where you get it all from, but it's you learn from history. You do. And so kudos to you.
Well, you're doing the same thing, but it goes back to there's nothing new under the sun, and everything is rooted in human nature. So if you understand human nature and culture and history and the lessons that have happened, as long as the history is true, that's another thing you have to work for, you can navigate a better future. But it requires this intellectual curiosity and aggressive learning where you actually put in the time to study your history. And you triangulate truth with that too. You read history books written from different people in different perches around the world, different cultures around the world, to try to get after the bias that is written by the victors. Because the victors always write it, making themselves look like they are the heroes of the world, when in reality they may not have been totally. Mm-hmm. And you have to be honest with yourself about not wanting to be the hero of the story. Truth is the hero of the story.
I mean, I'm just curious, how are you dealing with that, with what we just talked about? I mean, these are some pretty outlandish claims in your speech. I mean, and then I looked into your background and we were like, no, like this guy is 100% legit. But they are some outlandish claims that just go right over the top of people's heads. Yeah. And so, I mean, how do you deal with that, with everything that you're doing?
The first thing is to, be humble enough to anchor yourself in the fact that the only person that matters is God. And if you don't have that, if you aren't grounded in the fact that you are moral, ethical, legal, honest, and God is your judge, and you can't lie to God, you can't deceive God, and then you surround yourself with people that keep you honest and keep you humble, where it's not about you, okay? It's about God's will. It's about glorifying God, ultimately. That's that moral center, where our worldview is that there is a God, and that God loves us, and he asks us to love one another as much as he loves us. So if you have that as a grounding, you can weather all of this stuff. When I was at the senior level of command and supporting the Space Force as an astronautical engineer, and through my whole life watching this technology emerge and able to see the consequences of what this was going to mean for the art of peace, to have strength, to prevail for American interests as the economy of space starts emerging, and then being considered a traitor because what is a fighter pilot doing talking about space? And the Air Force did not, just like the Army did not want an independent Air Force, for the same reasons why the Air Force did not want a Space Force. And so, I was not welcome. And that's okay. That is the cost of innovation. And if you're not grounded in God, and look at Job in the Bible, even his family and his friends abandoned him, and all he had was God. And oftentimes Job was like, why are you doing this, God? And it was, he couldn't see this, but it was because an entire generation that was going to come after Job could see that as long as you cling to God, you can weather anything. You cannot torture me. You cannot torture, you cannot do anything to me. You can never steal away my sense of value and worth for God. And I do this, though. I could just shut up and be quiet and go along to get along, or just not be a part of the fray. But I truly believe that if
the spirit of fighting for God's will is in us. God will usher in a new age. He will forgive us, and He will, because God wants more people going to heaven. And if we are so corrupt as a human race that the game is up, then God will come home again, and it'll be over. Okay, but if we can usher in a better future, the golden age, and I believe it's biblical, I think it's prophetic, more people will be in heaven, because more people will be born and will be prosperous, healthy, and secure. And we have the creative, God has given us the brains to create our future, to build it. We don't have to be victims of other people building it. And this Constitution that America has is the best hope of humanity. And with my relationships across the globe, from my time in the military and the foreign countries that I became friends with, and my cultural understanding, having been raised in a different country, all the other countries of the world are just looking at America going, I hope President Trump succeeds, because if he doesn't succeed, we're all screwed.
Yeah. Well, I have a tremendous amount of respect for you just saying that. And that's everybody here is grounded in truth and God, and we all just consider this a conduit, and that's it. But back, so where are we with transportation within minutes to anywhere on the globe?
Well, I think the first person that will operationalize that is Elon Musk. He's furthest ahead, and now it's taken a number of years, and now with President Trump in the White House, where permission will be given for the military to actually take these next steps, and you're gonna see that get operationalized. So I would say in the next few years we will probably start with just equipment, where Elon Musk will be able to deliver 100 tons of equipment anywhere on the planet in less than an hour for the military to maintain the presence of peace, the power of diplomacy through the fact that we can do something. And when you can maneuver like that with that kind of speed, agility, and affordability will come, but affordability meaning that he's brought the cost of that kind of flight down 10x, and he can reuse it. It's a game changer. How can another country compete with America being able to bring 100 tons as often as they want anywhere on the planet in less than an hour?
I mean, that's a great question. Does another country, are they close to this?
Well, so China is probably the fastest follower, but they aren't anywhere close. As Elon Musk knows, like I know in my company, Space Build, speed is the only protection. Patents, that just gives you the legal right to sue somebody if they try to do something on your front yard or, with your patent. But that is so easy to bypass. All you have to do is change one ingredient. You patent a recipe for cookies and somebody adds an extra ounce of butter, and now you can't sue them even though it may taste the same. So China is probably the fastest follower, but Elon Musk is the true innovator.
Well, I mean, it's my understanding that China has been able to replicate what we're doing so fast through corporate espionage.
Right.
Is that true?
Absolutely.
So they aren't really innovators. They are just stealing what we have through corporate espionage, send it in spies to these companies and get in the sauce.
Just the cyber espionage alone, they don't even have to have a person, but they do it through multiple means. They'll have people on the board of advisors, board of directors. They'll buy their way into companies with a lot of money through proxies. So they'll give a bunch of money to some American retired general that then says, hey, I'll invest in your company, which it might be a startup on AI, and then they're on board, and they have access to the information, and the money flows, and the information flows back. That's one way of doing it. Cyber espionage, where many of these companies do not have the kind of cyber hygiene and cyber techniques to be able to.
All right, there's like 6 or 7 different fucking tasks on customs. We're gonna go nighttime. I got some nods on. We got to kill, I think, 6 scavs. I might have to take my nods off though to get the kill. I'm not 100% actually. Actually, yeah, I think I need to take these fuckers off. Well, actually, no. That's fine. We'll find out once we get in a raid, though.
Prevent somebody from getting in the back doors. Oftentimes, the equipment they have has chips that were built in China, and the back doors are built in, and nobody knows that it's a sieve out. So there's 1,000 ways of this industrial espionage getting back to China. So let's talk about culture, though, because this industrial espionage and China being a fast follower has a cultural component to it. And I'll just talk to 2 of them. And this gets back to the fact that we have to understand the cultures. Understand your enemy, understand yourself. And in 1,000 years, you will not lose a battle. China, the people of China are as smart as anybody else on the planet. And the cavemen, were as smart as we are. I mean, the human brain and the intelligence has not changed. Building on the knowledge of the past is what's changed. And that's why this attribute of being an aggressive learner really makes you very powerful. If you can absorb all this. And AI will accentuate that, where now I can devour through 100 books to get the essence instead of spending all the hours reading them, So these tools of technology are going to increase the exponential nature of innovation. But back to fast followers in China. If China did not have a communist ideology that picks winners and losers and does not allow the free market to operate, where for the free market is like a garden. You plant 100 seeds and only one will blossom. The other 99 will fail, but that one that blossoms pays for all the 99 that fail. That's the mathematics of innovation. Or a VC, an investor. They'll put out 100 investments, small, and 2 will pop, but those 2 will pay for all the others. SpaceX in the early days. Look what it's done, Google. And I have personal knowledge. I worked in the White House in the 90s, and I won't mention the name, but one of the people in the White House had invested in Google in the early days, and just incredible wealth. But they invested in 100 different companies, and that one popped, all the others failed, but it didn't matter. So China's communist ideology suffocates the free market from letting the results decide who wins and who loses, and let the customer decide based on the definition of innovation. Is it novel, meaning it's a different, new, and is it useful? Okay, and so China will forever be compromised at its ability to innovate in the subordination that is created by the Communist Party. Okay, because if you're a leader in a company and you go in a direction that's not consistent with the talking points of the Communist Party, you're done. And you won't get a loan for the good house. Your kids won't go to the good schools. You can't shop in the good markets. I mean, the social scoring and the technology to imprison and enslave people, to talk and to do exactly what the Communist Party wants you to do, the lack of freedom and free will is paralyzing to innovation. So it's not that they don't have innovative people. Those innovative people are not allowed to try and fail. The second one, though, is over time, China, even their language, it inhibits innovation. I'm not an expert in their language, but I have dear friends that are experts in their language and have lived there their whole life. But they're American. They grew up in America and have lived there as adults, studying the language and the culture. And even their language inhibits innovation and the willingness to step out. In America, it is just the opposite. We are mavericks. We are pioneers. We are innovators. We are risk takers. And we are the envy of the world. You don't see it if you just live in America, but boy, I tell you, one of the blessings of my life, when I was the general officer working on the joint staff for the chairman in charge of policy and strategy to Russia, Europe, and NATO, I got to travel and visit so many countries, both in NATO, Russia, and Africa and the Middle East, because Afghanistan was, in the middle of its aggressiveness. And they fear us, they hate us, and they are jealous of us all at the same time. They're jealous of us because they are not allowed to do what they see us doing, and they wish they could. But most people that are born around the world are born into a system where there is a glass ceiling, whether it's their socioeconomic status, their political status, their social status, the caste system that get built in, or in Africa, where I grew up, where a youngster looks around and says, there is no way I can be a hero in this condition. I mean, and so they all want to leave and they want to go to the US or they want to go to Europe. And fewer now want to go to Europe because they see the suffocation of Europe and the policies that are killing innovation. And there are some good stories about how much they fear us. One of them, and I'll keep this short because it could be a long story, but the essence is this. I was in Russia. We were trying to convince the leadership of Russia. Okay, this was when Yeltsin was in charge, and Makarov was the equivalent of General Makarov was the equivalent of the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. And we were trying to convince them that our missiles, the Aegis Ashore, Aegis at Sea, this is the SM-3 missile that was primarily on Navy ships, and we were looking at putting it in Poland. Designed primarily to defend America from Iran and missiles coming into America from Iran. Russia was dead afraid of that because they were afraid it was going to threaten their ICBMs and their nuclear deterrent posture. And our mission was to convince them that it was not a threat. All of the velocities and all of the physics of proving to them that whether it's at sea or on shore, this cannot threaten your nuclear deterrent posture with America, which would be destabilizing, and rightfully so. And after literally days and weeks of arguing and face-to-face, General Makarov slapped the table at one point and stood up and went on a 20-minute tirade. And his interpreter, a young 20-something kid, scared out of his wits that there was yelling going on with state leaders in a very, very serious conversation, just basically said, you Americans don't understand. We put Sputnik into space in 1957, and you Americans went apeshit and put a man on the moon. You can do anything you put your mind to. You turn to your industrial base and your innovators, and those missiles will kill all of our intercontinental ballistic missiles the moment you tell your industrial base to solve that problem. So we don't give a shit what you say or promise until we get a signed document from President Obama that you will never threaten our ICBMs. We have nothing to talk about, so stop wasting our time.
Wow.
And the subtext from the general officers at my level, not the chairman or the vice president or the president's level, was, I wish we had that kind of industrial base. Now, the Russians have some of the greatest innovative minds on the planet. There's something about the culture of Russia, and I know what it is. Culturally, it's that the Russian youth are forced to fight one another and take risk and be in situations where it's life or death. They use nature, they use fighting.
They're a pretty smart fucking dude. Well, actually, we might just chill for a little bit. Go back, watch the video. Oh, fuck. I wasn't expecting to spawn over here. Yeah, now we'll just play it out. Hopefully there's just other Timmys on here. Not doing anything crazy. Alright, we'll do bunkhouse. Yep. Fuck. Bunkhouse, old gas. Industrial, then we'll push over to Big Red side. Nice. I can't just turn up my gamma when the stream is up to do nighttime. You can't fucking see what I'm doing. It's horrible. I can still kind of see, but we'll do old gas, industrial, bunkhouse, and then make our way over to Big Red. Oh, I hear another scav. He might be inside the building. Yep. Oh, fuck. Holy shit, it might be the cultists, boys. Fuck! Max, enjoy the kid, baby. Well, that wasn't good. Alright, we'll just stick around with that later. Right now, I think we're just gonna go back to daytime. What the fuck, dude? I had some 60 bangers in here, too. Where did they go? Oh, I think I died with them.
the martial arts, and they celebrate the fact that they put their kids through the crucible. Doesn't mean they don't love them, but they know life is hard, and it's harder when you're stupid, lazy, or weak. And so their innovators are just killer. They innovated, they were the ones that created stealth, and then we operationalized it. They are doing things in space with hypersonic missiles in the mesosphere that, make us look at it and go, holy shit, that is amazing.
What are they doing in space?
Yeah, so but those scientists and engineers are jealous of us because the system does not allow them to innovate like America innovates, as quickly as America can innovate. But America is at risk because there's a military-industrial complex. And back to your first question, why are these technologies not coming to the market? It's because we are becoming our own worst enemy at this superpower we have in our culture and in our mindset of being the innovators, self-sufficient mavericks that are willing to take risk and allowed to take risk. And now the government says, no, I know better. You got to be safe. You got to put safety over, innovation. Now, we want to be safe. But I'm here to tell you, the 2 shuttle disasters, when you read the safety reports on that, the reason it happened is because we were trying to be too safe. It's a dilemma. It is sometimes hard for people to understand, but I challenge you to read the books on the history of both disasters of the space shuttle, and you'll find the root cause of those disasters is that NASA had adapted to a culture where safety was more important than effectiveness. And that's part of why we do not see innovation here now. So forgive me for making that final point on why we are the envy of the world, why the world is looking to us, and why they are so energized about what President Trump is saying. Even what he said in Saudi Arabia yesterday. If you haven't seen that speech, you need to see that speech, because he not only talks to the innovation, he talks to the peace that is possible if we actually start talking to one another, even with Iran. And all of these knots we are tied into geopolitically goes back to innovation, culture, technology, and America being willing to take the risk to be bold and usher in a golden age of peace instead of perpetuating decades of war and industrial age grinding to a halt of innovations that can uplift the human condition. We are all slaves to a global cabal, if you will, of a small number of people getting rich and powerful and controlling at the cost of innovation and the enslavement.
I think I've only ever had Grey Goose once, but that is a massive fucking bottle. I don't even know if that's Grey Goose either.
And the people that should be free.
Thank you for saying that. What is Russia doing in space?
Yeah, so Russia is innovating, and what they're doing is they are looking at what America has done, where we have elegant satellites, and we are doing amazing things to look down on the Earth and help the operations that are going on the Earth. And they are looking at the cost differential, where we can invest so much more in our military strength than they can. So they have developed these mesospheric supersonic weapons. So basically, they can launch from space or from the land something that can maneuver at Mach speeds in the area where there's almost no air, and it is designed to be able to get through our defenses and kill anything they want to kill within minutes. So if they see a ship they don't like there, they could kill it, and it maneuvers so fast. And our systems are designed to kill other things that are more predictable, like a parabolic curve, not something that moves at those speeds and can maneuver. And so we have to counter that now, okay? Because this is the tit for tat of competitive advantage, both in business and in warfare, where if your enemy develops something that's really cool that you can't afford, you find something that cuts its feet out from under it at a fraction of the cost. That's what they've done.
Is this up and running, or is this?
Yeah, they've done it. It's in the news. About a year ago, I think, is when they launched the first one that was a shot across the bow for America. What the hell are we doing?
Wow.
And again, President Trump knows these things, and he, so thank God he is back in, because again, in the last administration, these innovations were in idle, and now they're an afterburner. And this is our superpower. He won't talk about it, but God help the country that puts him to the test, because you even listened to a speech yesterday, and those of us that know are so grateful that our country has a defender that's not afraid to be strong.
That's good to hear. That's really good to hear. Space Built, your company. So you are actually constructing satellites in space, correct?
Well, we will be constructing satellites in space. Right now, we are at the stage where we have the modular elements that are qualified. We have missions that have gone to the International Space Station, are going to the International Space Station. We have equipment that has gone to the moon a couple of months ago, supercomputer or computational capability. So
you put equipment on the moon?
Mm-hmm, yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah. We but again, this goes back to a man I think you ought to have on this show. His name is Dennis Wingo, and he is one of these rare engineers that is not only brilliant in his own right as an engineer, but he can see. Most engineers are fairly siloed, and they are.
That's a good interview. I get kind of sad whenever we go in a raid. We're gonna do bunkhouse. I have to do dorms too. Maybe we just backtrack. Yeah, we'll go see if I can get my shit done over here. Fuck. It's a PMC down there. I don't know if you guys saw that. Come on, guy.
А ты куда?
Whew! Was not expecting that. Come on, you little shit. We got to hit the shed and go into Tarkon Directors. I don't know if this armor repair kit is worth picking up. Too fucking heavy. I just heard movement over here. Wouldn't be too heavy. I can't really drop anything else, to be honest. Someone's over here with me. Bro, where the fuck is this item I'm looking for? Sorry, bud. Alright, well, we're gonna have to get stems on, to be honest, dude. This kind of sucks.
The PhD.
I didn't look under the car. There it is. Oh, shit. Doors open. Might have been by homeboy that fucking shut up the flare. Oh, I don't have a fucking meal. When the fuck did I don't even know when I used that. That's fine. was a nice fucking raid. Got a whole shitload of tasks done.
World expert at a deep silo of knowledge. His unique gift is to be able to be deep on multiple silos and then see across a holistic, systemic look. So when he presents a design for a solution, he is solving problems across engineering disciplines that any other engineer in those disciplines do not see, the integration and the problems that will emerge in the future. And so one of his reputations for all of us in the military that we're watching, and one of my jobs in the military was called the Director of Requirements. And my job was essentially for all combat air forces, to include communication at the time, my job was to look at the engineering benches of America and all these innovative technologies that are percolating in little benches and corners of engineering brilliance and bring them to the warfighter as fast as possible. And this is where I discovered Dennis Wingo. And his reputation is everything he builds in space works. So, for example, that computer that he built for the moon that is on the south pole of the moon right now, it was only designed. The specs that they wanted were designed to 20 degrees Celsius positive, minus 20 degrees Celsius. Even though the environment of the moon is if you're facing the sun, it's about 450 degrees Celsius, and if you're facing deep space on the backside of that, if you turn around, you're experiencing negative 450 degrees Fahrenheit. So the thermal environment of space is so aggressive. And then there's the radiation environment where the radiation will just obliterate a computer if it's not designed to withstand that kind of environment. And there was a problem where the lunar lander was designed by another company, fell over on its side. And you can read about it if you want, but our computers still worked even without the heater that keeps it warm in the cold side and the shielding that keeps it cool in the hot side. It demonstrated that this guy knows how to build things that work in space. That's his reputation, and you ought to have him on this show because he will give you, because he's not just a technologist, he's also a historian, and he understands the geopolitics of technology and how technology changes fate, and he knows his history. His great grandfather, and again you'll have to ask him for the perfect story, but was in the railroads, and even the gauge of the railroad, the innovation of the railroads. His family has been part of innovation for generations, so he comes by it honestly. One of the most fascinating minds. And so when we got out of the military, a number of us dedicated ourselves that we would start a company with this guy, and we would help this because America needs this technology in space to defend American interests. Because if we don't have it, we will be victims. What China is building is an infrastructure in space that will be able to see and kill anything that flies above the trees. And we need to build the same capability so that space is peaceful. And that there's a deterrence where China knows that if they behave irresponsibly in space, whether it's creating space junk or a directed energy weapon that paralyzes a portion of our economy at the time of their choosing, that they can't get away with that because we're up there with them with better or equal technology, and that there is a balance of power. Right now, we're on a track where we build better satellites, but they're building a superior strategy. And all the money in the world cannot solve a disconnect in strategy.
Mm-hmm. Maybe you can connect me with him.
Yeah.
I would love to have him on the show.
You'll love him.
So what are you guys doing on the moon?
Yeah, so what we're doing on the moon is part of what America is trying to do, and that is take the steps to build an economy in space. So one of the steps is a permanent presence in space that's more than just astronauts on the International Space Station. And this is about resources in space. It's about the asteroids, mining the asteroids. It's about exploration. Most people don't realize how much the 1960s and going to the moon uplifted the human condition. The technologies and the innovation that happen when people are gathered around a goal, like going to the moon in the 60s, that transforms so much of our economy, of the things that benefit people on the Earth. So going to space is not about being in space. And a lot of people will criticize and say, why would you spend all this money on space? Let's just solve the problems on Earth. It may be counterintuitive, but the human mind and the human experience, if you are not moving forward and exploring and learning and discovering, you are falling backwards. Or putting a finer point on it, if you're a civilization like America that is not moving forward, exploring, pushing the boundaries and the limits of discovery and pioneering, you will fall behind other countries that are doing the same. Mm-hmm. China understands this. Every historian understands this. Every psychologist understands it. But it's hard if the American people do not realize that there's a purpose behind this, and the purpose is their betterment. The purpose is their freedom and their prosperity, their security, their health, their free will. So China is moving forward with exploration and with the ability to build an infrastructure to be able to bring value to their country. Just the power in space that they're investing in, not only the solar power that we talked about, beaming it to the Earth, but also nuclear power, and their plans to have a nuclear power plant in space in the coming years. If they can tap into the telecommunication market globally and the energy market globally, trillions of dollars flow into the Chinese economy. It's part of their Belt and Road Initiative. But if you read Chinese literature, doctrine, vision, and their speeches of their leadership, it is a clear statement. Space is their national vision. And they plan on bringing in the Middle Kingdom by dominating the economy that space brings to them. And you might say, well, space economy, you got a satellite, you got a cell phone that now can talk to the satellite. How can that make them the dominant economy of the world? And it's because space, with one build of an infrastructure, can tap into every person on the planet. Versus a linear model where you build one power plant and now you're limited to the capital investment of power lines and then the fact that those power lines are vulnerable. There is a tremendous amount of cost in a linear system of delivery of goods and services versus a networked method. And I'll give you a perfect example. And it's the mail system, okay? Before the internet, if I wanted to mail out 100 letters, I'd have to buy 100 stamps and then send them out, and that's costly. Now with a networked approach, I can type one email, send it to 100 people, and it's a fraction of the cost. Pretty much just the electricity and the service I purchase. Okay, that's the difference between. And so now, in America, for example, we have over 1 million cell towers. But you still only get 1 bar in West Texas, or 0 bars. And if you're in the bottom of the Grand Canyon, you have no capability. It would just take a handful of satellites in geosynchronous orbit over America, and you have 5G and 5 bars everywhere. Okay, so now the difference in cost, and it's about the price point. This is about the fact that everything that is national security is upstream of the economy. And if you can build an infrastructure of reusable satellites that you build in space, where you can build them as big as you want, you can upgrade, modernize, and recapitalize them at pennies on the dollar, so that every new innovation, whether it's quantum coming online or a new supercomputer, you just unplug the old computer and plug a new one in. Now you can invest in a very low-cost infrastructure that taps into trillions of dollars worth of revenue, versus building a power plant in every village in Africa and power lines to every hut. You can see the power of the network effect of space and why it's going to be so powerful.
Wow. With these satellites that you're talking about that would be solar powered and beam energy, and I mean, how exactly does that work? Sometimes when it comes to spending money, it's out of sight and out of mind. That daily coffee habit, those streaming subscriptions, they add up quick. Rocket Money helps Shopify.com/SRS.
Yeah, so again, I'll let the experts talk to it, but again, being a generalist and talking to the experts at length, and being in a company that's going to build the infrastructure for this technology to be delivered, I can give you the simple answer, and that is that the first thing is that the current way we build a satellite in America is like how we used to build rockets before Elon Musk came along. You build a satellite on the planet, you have to build it bulletproof, which is like 60% of the cost, because it has to be able to be folded into a tight little ball that fits into the top of a rocket, and it's an incredibly violent ride to space. The vibrations and the G-forces would break apart anything that's not bulletproof, okay? So that takes a lot of money and time. Then, in 7 minutes, that satellite is in space, in this beautiful sanctity of space, where there's nothing to get in its way. And then it has to unfold like an origami. But if any of those, explosive bolts or pulleys or levers go bad or don't unfold properly because of the violent ride to space, it's a total loss. And that's a total loss of like $350 million to $500 million for a satellite. And then, adding to that, when you run out of gas, it becomes space junk. Meaning now you got to build a whole new satellite in the old model. What Space Built does is we think of it like a Lego box. Instead of building a delicate Lego ship, then putting it on the handlebars of your bike and going over a rocky road to your destination, or building a ship in Kansas and dragging it across the Appalachian Mountains to put it in the ocean, you build a ship in the ocean. Or you take the Lego blocks up to space and you snap them together in space assembly and manufacturing. So all those Lego blocks now are resilient. You drop a box of Legos on the floor and none of them break because there's no coupling loads. And you can snap together and you're just fine. Same is true with space. We can load all these Lego parts in any rocket, send it up to space, snap them together using robotics and laser communication, so our engineers on the ground can see and operate just like a surgeon can do surgery from LA to New York because fiber optic cables. Laser communication is like fiber optic cables on steroids. And now you can build satellites for cheaper, okay? You don't have to spend all the money to make them bulletproof. You can build them bigger, and with big aperture and big power, now you can get big return on investment. And when you need to put in a new computer, you just slide out the old computer board, slide in a new one with those robotic mechanics that are servicing the satellites, and you can upgrade indefinitely in this beautiful sanctity of space. So to get to your question about solar power from space, and again, I can put you in touch with people that have been working this for decades, because it has been known that we can do this. The physics have been known, and now we're at a place where it's been demonstrated. The X-37, the Air Force space plane that used to be secret, that's not secret anymore. It's been doing experiments showing what I'm going to describe right now. And what you do is that the intensity of that sun's power, you build a solar array that can absorb that sun's power, and then you translate it into a radio wave, and then you beam that radio wave down to Earth, and it's received by called a rectenna, and then you turn it back into electricity, and you're done. I mean, it's that simple. But because it's a radio wave, it is not diminished by the weather, okay? So, or the atmosphere, or the gravitational field, or any of the things that can sometimes prevent energy from getting to the Earth. So solar, and this is the other piece of it. The demonstrations that we see are at efficiency levels that we are not used to right now. Any electricity that you're getting right now, whether it's created by wind energy, solar energy, nuclear energy, fossil fuel energy, wave energy, you name the technique for delivering the electricity that's powering these lights right now, and you're lucky to get in the high 20s, low 30s of efficiency. Meaning by the time you create the energy at a power plant and you bring it across the power lines and you bring it into your house, the heat dissipation and the efficiency loss, you're barely getting to 20%, okay, or 30% at best. Solar panels, the same way. They're low efficiency, but we make it work. Solar panels are problematic too, and so is wind, because it's not always windy. President Trump talks about this all the time. And there's day and night and weather. So if you're up in Alaska, solar panels don't work when it's dark, half the year. So the forms of energy we're going to see coming in are going to be a tapestry of all of these things. It's going to be helium-3 when we start mining the asteroids and the moon for helium-3. That is such an efficient and effective, clean energy way of producing a massive amount of energy for Earth. Hydrogen, even though hydrogen can be dangerous, there are ways of controlling it. Nuclear is on a path to where the odds of this chair going off high order are larger, percentage-wise, than those nuclear reactors going off high order. These modular small nuclear reactors that can power a city, okay, or a home, or a cluster of homes anywhere on the planet. But 20% efficiency in the current method of delivery of energy, the experiments in space are showing the promise of initial efficiency levels of 80% efficiency. By by taking the energy of the sun and transforming it into a radio wave, the radio wave coming down to Earth, safe for humans, transmitted or received into a rectina, and then transferred back into electricity, you're receiving it at 80% efficiency. So now you're talking about an immediate jump of 60% efficiency. So now you're talking about what you see with computers, where back in the day, computers would fit on the third floor of a skyscraper and be millions of dollars. And now in everybody's pocket is a computer that for 500 to 800 bucks that blows away anything that was 50 years ago. This journey of more capability at lower cost is going to come to a market near you, a theater near you, in the form of electricity. And it's going to transform. And now people in Central Africa can afford electricity and they can afford information that is not blocked by anybody if we can figure out how to triangulate truth. Back to what you do. Triangulating truth. All of this is meaningless if we as human beings can't figure out what is true.
So these satellites would beam energy into, I'm sorry, what did you call it?
A rectina. It's like an antenna, but it's basically for radio waves to be absorbed and then turned back into electricity.
So the rectina would essentially take place of power plants, correct?
Correct. Yeah.
It would become the power plant.
Right.
And then would that energy be disseminated through power lines?
So again, this will come in stages, and this is where there's more to the story, and I'll talk about Edison and Tesla in a minute on this question. So in the early days, if I had to guess, and again, you don't want to guess on these things because you want the free market to make these decisions. You want the innovators that actually build the stuff. Mm-hmm. Okay, so in space build, we're building the infrastructure to be able to build things large enough to accept that sun energy and then translate it into a radio wave, beam it down to Earth. We aren't going to build that. We're going to put it together. We are the construction company.
You're the logistics.
We are the logistics and infrastructure company that can build anything in space because the things we build are modular and can be reused. Never space junk again. And really our marketing now is there are companies that are satellite operators that want to buy a satellite to perpetuate the market of satellite TV, satellite radio. And all their satellites are coming due. They built them 15 years ago and they're all running out of gas, and so they're all becoming space junk. So they have a choice. They can either build another satellite just like that for $500 million that will become space junk in 15 years from now, or the technology on it will become irrelevant in 5 years if we invent a new computer board, or they can buy our fleet of satellites where that computer board can be upgraded, and when it runs out of gas, you just refuel it. So now back to your question about how solar power from space will evolve. I don't know. But here's what I would predict. And again, predicting is dangerous business, and so I don't want to do it. But what we know we could do right now, if we can build in space affordably, based on the model of this company and why this company exists, is we could have solar power transmitted into radio waves, beamed down to a rectina that's right by a power plant, and ported into the power lines, so that we still are seeing a return on investment in the current structure. Okay, and the current structure is a power plant with all these power lines that are very expensive. Some are underground, some are above ground. But if the American people could look at how much money taxpayers and private companies put into the power grid and the delivery of electricity, it is astounding. Water's the same way, and we can get into that because I was the president of Genesis Systems, which is a water generator company, but pulling water out of the air affordably. So now you can have a water generator, like an air conditioner, any spot on the planet, without the need for electricity, solar power alone. We can get to the water, but back to electricity. What I think will happen in the first days of solar power from space is a power company will have a big power plant that is a huge investment. They haven't seen the full return on investment of that, coal power plant or nuclear power plant and all the power lines that go to all the homes that power plant serves. But they'll put up a rectina because the cost will be low enough that they can invest in that and say, okay, here's another source of power in case the power plant goes down, and we will port that electricity into the power lines. But eventually, what we may see is what was revealed when Edison and Tesla were first delivering electricity to the human race. And you touched on this earlier in our conversation where you said, well, the Rockefellers, the way to monetize or to be able to monitor how much electricity you're using and getting money from you was a dial that was run by the electrical wire that was going through it. And I could come and read the meter at your house and say, you owe me $100 because how much electricity you used. They, back in the day, didn't know how to monetize radio waves. Well, we know how to monetize them now. Your cell phone. We know exactly how much data you use, and I know exactly how much to charge you for it. Or your satellite TV, or your Starlink antenna, getting broadband from Elon Musk's constellation. So we know how to monetize radio waves. That's a no-brainer. But when Edison and Tesla were doing their little competition, Edison won out initially.
Trying to think. I need to get groceries before they close. They close at 11. We're probably going to kill the stream right there. We got to level 20. We turned in a fuckload of tasks. We'll get some groceries, and I think we're going to be playing some GTFO or something like that. But, yeah. We'll either get the stream back up with Tarky here later on tonight or tomorrow. Something like that. It'll be another 3-hour stream or so. Or 4 or something like that. But I think we're just going to call it right there. Put a pause on Tarky. Come back later for her. But, we'll be back here in a little bit. Bye Twitch first. And got to say goodbye to Kick.